Order must be preserved. I rise to any challenge. Very well.
To the skies! I stand ready. Nowhere is too far. Sir.
Face your demise! Stand true!
I have them!
Regrettable end.
Defeat is not an
As
option.
expected of Cornian royalty.
To the next! Your orders? It shall be done. Come then!
Regrettable. We've almost done it.
Learn your limits! It was never in doubt. I rise to any challenge. A brisk flight.
I'm in their firing range. Face me and be cut down. The wind is ours. May the Father smile upon me. At your service. At once. You're nothing. I'll not waver. Quiet down. Onward! Give in. Better keep this going.
Can't fail my sacred mission.
You won't find finer weapons in all of Drakenhold. Be... Be...
Given where the militia is positioned, I propose we employ a two-pronged strategy. A pincer, if you will.
I tend to agree, as long as we're careful. If one arm reaches too far ahead of the other, it's liable to have its fingers chopped off.
The geysers scattered across the region are another topic to take note of. There's no knowing when one might erupt beneath us.
Your Majesty. Apologies for the interruption, but I come with urgent news. The militia grew impatient and went on ahead. They were surrounded before they even reached Fruth.
This, in the very moment we depended on them.
From what I can gather, they weren't too thrilled with the idea of taking help from Cornea.
If only they had sense to match their pride.
Sending reinforcements will be a dangerous proposition, Your Highness. The militia will fall in but a matter of time.
All the same, we can't abandon them to their fates. Not after I'm the one who proposed this operation.
I know that you're worried for your friends, Leia, I truly do. But that doesn't make rescuing them any safer.
At least let me send someone. Even if it has to be me alone, I'll do it.
I'm sorry. The risk is too great.
But I can slip past them unnoticed. I swear upon my very life.
Joseph, send a scouting party out at once. We prepare to march in the meantime.
Very well, Your Highness.
Prince.
Your knowledge of the land will be invaluable to us, Leia. I ask that you be our guide in the battle ahead.
As you command.
Nowhere is too far. Understood.
Order must be preserved. Your orders? It shall be done.
A test for my magic. Ready. It'll be done.
Another step on the I shall see it done. By your royal word.
I'll be going now.
Falling back then.
I stand ready. Got the sting of a scorpion, if I have to. Nowhere is too far. Just say the word. Yep.
Order must be preserved. I rise to any challenge. Very well.
An ill-omened battle.
I stake my honor on this battle. We strive together! Tis my charge fulfilled. Know your standing. Until my dying breath,
Allow me.
I shall see it done. I advance. I see you don't value your life. Behold my might! Until my dying breath. I shall see it done. I advance.
I rise to any challenge. It shall be done.
No mercy. I can do this. Now.
May the Father
training's
smile
paid
upon
off.
me.
Dead and buried. I stand ready. At once.
Nobody's dying here.
You got it. Hey, I'm here.
You're nothing. I'll not waver. The win is ours.
Like new.
How embarrassing.
I'll help.
To protect those who can't protect themselves.
In the name of the liberation, at your service. Sir,
If I have to. Just say the word.
Nobody's dying here.
This'll be fun.
I've done all I can. Another step on the law until my dying breath.
Your orders? Face your demise!
In his royal name.
If I have to.
nowhere is too far.
Nobody's dying here.
Yep.
I shall see it done. By your royal word.
Allow me. Very well.
Face me and be cut down. I can do this. Onward!
Is that better? Fail my
Higher still. Victory is ours. At your service. At once.
Come out of here.
strike. Witness the might of an angel.
Your will shall be
I'll
done.
take it off your hands.
Look what I found. I stand ready.
Come then!
For the people of...
Face your demise! We have them!
Yeah?
You were little match. Reason rules the day.
I can ill afford...
Come then!
I'll not yield.
If you want me, then have me! Stand true!
We've almost done it. I have them.
Defeat is not an option.
Until my dying breath.
I rise to any challenge.
I shall see it done. Until my dying breath.
Your orders?
I see you don't value your life.
Yeah.
We shall see our duty through!
Winter,
For my people!
the pride of House Meillet.
You're nothing.
I won't give in.
Yeah! Now! Like new. Is that better?
Better keep this
Another
going.
step.
May the Father smile upon me.
At your service. I stand ready. At your service. Nowhere is too far.
Order must be preserved. Allow me.
At your service. Got the sting of a scorpion, if I have to. You got it. Nobody's dying here. I'm out of here.
Judgment shall strike. You'll not be disappointed. I depart. I rise to any challenge. It shall be done. Allow me.
Nowhere is too far. Sir.
Another step on the long road to absolution.
I fear death approaches.
I stand ready. I'll not go easy on you.
Nothing's stopping me now.
You'll not be disappointed. I take to the skies. Any who bar my path must perish. I've claimed it as our own. I stand ready. Your orders? A brisk flight. Allow me.
For the people of Fevrith! Be gone from my sight! I see you don't value your life. I shall see it done. I've done all I can. Another step on the long road to absolution.
I'll not go easy on you.
Done.
Your orders? It shall be done.
At your service. Understood.
Any who bar my path must perish. As decreed by...
Got more where that came from.
Witness the might of an angel.
For the people of Fevrith!
Impress the lane?
I wield this lance for the people of Cornea.
Allow me.
I stand ready. Nowhere is too far.
Your orders? Face your demise!
No mercy. I'll not waver. The wind is ours.
In my sight.
Light. It's up to you. I can't fail my sacred mission. It seems you've misjudged me. At your service.
I rise to any challenge.
I stand ready. Face me and be cut down. Yeah. Now. Yeah. I'll help. Is that better? May the Father going.
There's always more to learn.
Nowhere is too far.
Your orders? Very well.
At your service. You're nothing.
If you want me, then have me! We have them! Learn your limits!
I've grown stronger.
To the next! I rise to any challenge. It shall be done.
I stand ready. Sir. Face me and be cut down. Yeah. I can do this. Onward!
You...
In my sight. You're mine.
I'll help. Like new. In His Highness's honor.
Face your demise! It was never in doubt.
At your service. At once.
I stake my honor on this battle. Know your standing. Until my dying breath. I wield this lance for the people of Cornea. I shall see it done. I advance.
You'll not be disappointed. I depart.
Just tell me if anyone needs healing. Do you need a healer? I understand. This rose bears thorns.
Nowhere is too far. Understood.
Your orders?
A brisk flight. Allow me.
Your orders, sir. As you wish.
Your orders?
It shall be done.
Standing by. You're nothing.
I can't fail my sacred mission.
At your service. At once.
I rise to any challenge. Very well.
I
Merely
stand
ask,
ready.
and it shall be done. How may I assist?
Nowhere is too far. Sir.
Your orders, sir. Forward.
I stand ready. I'll not go easy on you.
It's not personal.
Let's get him! With ya all the way. Come on then! Can you match me? Momentum is with us! I stand ready.
I wield this lance for the people of Cornea. By your royal word.
Witness the might of an angel. I take to the skies.
For the people of Fevrith. We strive together!
How free is
'Tis my charge
A
fulfilled.
little closer.
Nothing stopping me now.
I shall see it done.
Barely any effort.
Until my dying breath. I advance. I shall see it done. Until my dying breath. By your royal word.
An ill-omened battle. How may I assist? As you wish.
I stake my honor on this battle.
I'll tend to your wounds.
One joke.
Behold my might! For my people! I seize this victory as my own.
I fear death approaches. I've no fear of death. You do me a great honor. I shall wager my very life. I make haste.
Nowhere is too far. At once.
A true nightmare, if one ever deserved the title. Farewell.
At your service. Sir. No mercy.
I must never yield.
Any who bar my path must perish.
I shall see it done. Your decree made manifest.
What is it?
Gray skies loom ahead.
May the Father smile upon me.
I stand ready. At your service. At once.
Allow me. It shall be done.
For the people of Fevrith!
I'll do
I see you don't value your
I'll
life.
heal you.
Know your standing. I wield this lance for the people of Khorne by your... until my dying breath.
I'll help however I can. I'll do it. Do you need a healer?
I must stand strong. I have to catch my breath. Gray skies loom.
If you want me, then have me. I rise to any challenge. Very well.
I stake my honor on this
I'll
battle.
tend to your wounds.
Be gone from my sight. I wield this lance for the... Your decree
What
made
is it?
manifest.
I understand.
A vital foothold. For the people of Fevrith! Know your standing.
I believe I've arrived.
Anything else? Do you need a healer?
Until my dying breath.
Best be careful.
Seems I'm in for a struggle. It shall be done.
My body aches. I fear I'm fading. Understood.
I'll not go easy on you. An offering to the heavens. You'll not be disappointed.
Have you need of me?
I shall see it done.
I must stand strong.
I suggest you reconsider.
I must stand
A
strong.
fool's gambit. Reason rules the day. Must remain calm. The winds are against me. Requesting further
I'm
command.
uneasy about this.
Must remain calm.
My body aches. At once.
Witness the might of an angel. I stand ready. I depart.
I shall not disappoint. Setting off.
Face your demise.
All to protect my home.
It was never in doubt.
I won't fail you!
Seems I'm in for a struggle. Very well.
I fear I'm fading. Sir.
I stake my honor on this battle. I seize this victory as my own.
You want me to fight?
Blasphemous fool.
I'll heal you.
I'm too tired to take flight. Witness the might of an angel. You'll not be disappointed.
I wield this lance for the people of Corny. I advance.
What would you ask of me? I'll help however I can. Setting off, do you need a healer?
I shall see it done.
I'm here. I have arrived. What is it?
The fruits of this kindness shall come. I wield this lance. Your decree made
Do you
manifest.
need a healer? I'll do it. I shall not disappoint. By your command. Face me and be cut down! my griffin needs a rest.
For the people of Fevrith!
I'll tend to your wounds.
You... Quiet down. Not done with you.
We shall see a...
Quiet down.
Got me good. Ice.
No chance!
I'll freeze you solid.
Winter's fury.
Triumph is everything in service of my people. I stake my honor on this...
I'll heal you.
Behold my might!
Ice.
We strive together!
I'll freeze you solid.
For my people! Know your standing. I shall see it done by your royal word.
I'll help however I can. I understand.
Barely any effort. Your orders?
Nowhere is too far. At once.
I rise to any challenge. A brisk flight.
Fly through the banner of the liberation.
I shall not falter. What would you ask of me? Setting off. I shall not shy from battle. Glory to the liberation! Have you need of me? By your command. By the Father's will. Behold the valor of a knight. According to plan. What would you ask of me? Setting off. I shall not shy from battle. A predicament indeed. By your command.
Witness the might of an angel. Your will shall be done.
Until my dying breath.
What is it? I've reached my destination. I shall not disappoint. Setting off.
I ride for Cornea. I'm ever in your service. It shall be done.
Allow me. Very well.
A fortuitous find. I have arrived.
You're nothing. Victory is ours. I stand ready. Sir, in the name of the liberation.
There is time yet to claim victory.
Must remain calm. It shall be done.
I'm in their firing range. No mercy. Dead and buried. Nowhere is too far.
If you want me, then have me! Chaos shall never reign again. The winds are against a brisk flight. A great boon for the liberation. Come then! Must remain calm. It shall be done.
What would you ask of me? It shall be done. I shall not falter.
An excellent find. Your orders, sir.
I need to take a break.
I'll prove my worth. I depart.
I shall see it done. Your decree made manifest.
I'll help however I can. Setting off. Anything else? What is it?
A
I can do
debt I swear
anything now.
to repay. I wield this lance for the people of Cornea.
I stand ready.
Do you need a healer?
You'll not be disappointed. I depart.
I shall see it done. I advance.
I'm ever in your service.
Yeah!
I'll prove my worth. It shall be done.
Where shall I go next? I won't fail you!
For the people of Thevrith, I seize this victory as my own, until my dying breath. Your decree made manifest.
Have you need of me? Setting off.
If you want me, then have me! Seems I'm in for a struggle. The winds are against me. To the next! Seems I'm in for a struggle. A brisk flight.
You're nothing.
I can't fail my sacred mission.
At your service. Understood.
I shall not disappoint. I have arrived.
I see you don't value your life. Be gone from my sight.
I stand ready. Your will shall be done.
I stake my honor on this battle. Know your standing. I wield this by your rule a vital foothold.
No mercy.
Keep getting sharper.
Nowhere is too far.
Have you need of me?
Witness the might of an angel. You'll not be disappointed.
What is it?
Must remain calm.
I shall see it done. I advance.
The winds are against me. It shall be done.
I stand ready. At what? Nowhere is too far.
I'll do everything I can. He actually did it!
Any who bar my path must perish.
I'll tend to your wounds.
I stand ready.
Do you need a healer?
Witness the might of an angel.
I wield this lance for the people of Cornea.
You'll not be disappointed. I take to the skies. Seems I'm in for a struggle. Very well.
At your service. Victory awaits!
I'm here, Your Highness.
Blasphemous fool! I'll never hold myself back. Witness the might of an angel. Your will shall be done.
You're nothing.
Tremble in fear before my superior sorceress.
I'll not waver.
I've had it.
The wind is at the...
Quiet down.
Is that better? Like new.
I did it!
I believe I've arrived.
Face me and be cut down!
I've had it.
I can do this! Quiet down now! Now!
I've had enough.
Quiet down!
In my sight.
Nowhere is too far. I stand ready. At your service. Understood.
What would you ask of me?
Until my dying breath. Your decree made manifest.
The winds are against me. A brisk flight. Seems I'm in for
What
a
is it?
struggle.
Do you need a healer? I'm retreating for now.
My atonement beckoned by a knight's honor. We mobilize at once.
I stand ready.
I take to the skies.
I'm here.
Witness the might of an angel.
What is our strategy? I'm off.
I shall see it done. I advance.
Requesting further command.
I've arrived.
The winds are against me. It shall be done. Falling back then.
I'm ever in your service. Perhaps a chance to sharpen my spear.
I shall not disappoint.
I wield this lance by your royal will.
Whatever you need. Begin the march.
I'll not go easy on you.
For the people of Fevrith.
One of the many benefits of old age.
Until my dying breath. I advance.
I stand ready. At once.
What would you ask of me? By your command.
By a knight's honor. I'm off.
Order must be preserved.
I've reached my destination.
Time is no friend to us now.
I shall never yield.
I stake my honor on this battle. I seize this victory as my own.
Standing by.
Whatever you need.
I'm
I
grateful for
press
the
on by a
support.
knight's honor.
I wield this lance for the people. Your decree made manifest.
Whatever you need. By a knight's honor.
I shall not disappoint.
Nowhere is too far.
Any who bar my path must perish.
Gotta keep getting strong.
I've yet a long way to climb.
You'll not be disappointed.
I rise to any challenge.
I stand ready.
Your orders? Allow me. Falling back then.
Witness the might of an angel.
Order must be preserved. Your orders? Very well.
I stand ready. I depart.
I see you don't value your life. We shall see our
Quiet down.
Ice!
No chance!
Embarrassing.
Not done with you.
Winter! Ice!
Tis my charge fulfilled. Until my dying, I advance.
What is our strategy? We mobilize
What
at
would you
once.
ask of me? At your service.
Death summons you.
Observe carefully.
I'm here to help.
I've had it.
You'll be okay.
I've had enough.
I am with you!
All for the sake of...
I won't hold you back.
We mustn't stop here.
The Fruth Militia has saved my prince, and it is entirely thanks to you. You have my undying gratitude.
I'm sorry, my lord. We should never have charged ahead like that.
Focus your energy on the wounded, not needless apologies. There will be time to discuss our next moves after.
Of course, my lord. And thank you.
Your skill in commanding an army is unmatched, my prince.
Such skill would be nothing without the finest blades to back it up.
Bad news, Elaine. We got more enemies holed up in a storehouse by the docks.
We must have overlooked them during our rounds of the harbor.
They used to be Dragonhold soldiers from the looks of it. Knew their way around here well enough to slip clean by us. And now they're camped out in there, flat out refusing to surrender. What do you want to do?
I'll handle this.
No. Leia. Persuade these dissidents to lay down their arms.
Are you certain, sir?
I wager they would sooner trust a fellow citizen of Dragonhold before one of our ranks. Not to mention that Virginia is more likely to elicit a declaration of war than a timely surrender.
I'll show you war. But the point stands rightly made.
Tell them their lives will be spared should they only agree to relinquish their blades. I promise it on my royal name.
I will see it done.
So let's get over there already. Come on, Leia.
find finer weapons in all of Drakenhold.
I'll prove myself worthy.
You won't find finer weapons in all of Drakenhold. Much obliged. Much obliged. Much obliged. Sail's final once you leave, so now or never, beware.
The hour to reclaim Soldraga has finally arrived.
This fortress stands nigh in the castle's very shadow. Are you certain the enemy hasn't noticed our movements?
Such is not a concern.
Zenoira! What is the meaning of this?
You needn't be alarmed. These men here belong to me. Go on.
Yes, Your Highness. I am Herman, loyal servant and commander of the King's Guard. It's an honor to stand before you.
I believe an explanation is in order.
But of course, since even before my father's passing, these brave warriors have infiltrated Zenoira's ranks. From what I gather, many of Cornia's citizens chose to defect in the face of this perpetual war. Unfortunately, Drakenhold was not spared that same fate. Some such deserters had long harbored grievances against the crown, while others were among our most devoted vassals. And Herman here bravely donned the traitor's guise in order to learn the reason for their cold defection.
I can also vouch for him myself, for what that's worth.
In truth, our covert recapture of this fortress would scarce have been possible without he and his cadre's subterfuge.
That, and we've procured specifics on Zenoira's positions within Castle Soldraga. The fiends remain ignorant of our loyalty even now.
We shall strike with a pincer maneuver. Herman and his company from within the castle walls, and our armies from without. You need only give the word, and we commence our march. I must thank you again for agreeing to this, Elaine.
Please, Zenoira is my enemy too, and one that neither of us could hope to overcome alone.
Even still, this debt is one that will not be easily repaid. And given everything I owe you, there exists another matter of which I must speak with you.
What do you mean?
I have an elder brother by the name of Ludwig. Where I struggled, he always excelled with maddening ease, beloved by our parents, and most of all, by our citizens. Were all things equal, he would be the one to ascend the throne. But he has been missing ever since the war began. Ludwig was even the one who proposed using Hermann as a spy. Here I stand with the most loyal servants in the land, and all I'm capable of is walking in my brother's shadow. But I shall walk in it forevermore if needs must. Ludwig is gone, and I will do whatever I can to guide Drakenhold to prosperity. The mantle once worn by my father now adorns mine own shoulders, as symbol of that conviction.
So that's where it came from. I've been thinking you looked a little more royal lately.
You mean that as a barb, I'm certain. Yet I shall take those words at face value. Thank you, Virginia.
You're no fun. So, what kind of mischief have you two been getting into over here?
Nothing of much import. Merely reminiscing on my brother.
Prince Ludwig, huh?
The time is nearly upon us. Now come, we unite with Hermann's company and reclaim Castle Soldraga.
You wish to speak with me?
I did. I'm sorry to distract you before such a pivotal battle, but this needed to happen in private. That swordsman is none other than Prince Ludwig.
You knew?
As did you, judging by your response. It matters not. Speak of the devil and he'll waltz right into your tent. It's good to see you again, Prince.
So, I've been found out.
I heard you'd gone missing, you know. Tragically lost since the war against Zenoira. Some mane you've grown in the meantime.
I beg of you, keep this matter a secret. You and Leia here are the only two who know my identity, and I would much prefer to keep it that way.
Sorry, but secrecy isn't really my game. Elaine must know of this.
Then he'll lose a capable sword in the process. Reveal the truth, and I am gone.
Fine then. There's no point telling him if you're just going to disappear the second I do. I promise I won't speak a word of this. For now. But that all ends when we arrive at Soldraga.
So be it. I will stand with the Liberation until that time comes. And, situation withstanding, I must admit, I'm glad I can still be there for Gilbert in his time of need.
So that's how it is.
As Gilbert mentioned back at the Colosseum, he plans to ascend the throne once we've retaken Soldraga. It's a burden he found the resolve to shoulder only when it was thrust upon him. When Ludwig went missing, that is. But if he learned his brother still lived, well, the joy of their reunion might end up tinged with dismay. I know it all too well. For years, I had thought myself the sole survivor of the Cornian line, and worked tirelessly in that role.
Then, how did you feel when you learned I was alive?
To be frank, it was an equal helping of joy and envy. I admired Queen Elenia from the day I first laid eyes on her, and every ounce of my being is dedicated to restoring Cornia. But even I'm not brazen enough to challenge royal succession. You're the heir, no matter how much I might wish otherwise. Back to the topic at hand, though. You have to convince Aramis, convince Prince Ludwig to reconcile with Gilbert.
Very well then. I'll speak to him.
I can't thank you enough, Elaine. If Ludwig is going to listen to anyone, it's you.
Your will shall be done.
Another step on the... I wield this lance for the people of Cornea. Your decree made manifest.
Allow me. Proceeding apace.
I shall see it done. By your royal word.
Order must be preserved. Allow me. A brisk flight. I rise to any challenge.
To the skies! Nowhere is too far.
Your orders? Very well.
Judgment shall You'll not be disappointed.
I stand ready.
I stand ready. I take to the skies.
Nowhere is too far. Understood.
Allow me. It shall be done. I rise to any challenge.
You'll not be disappointed.
At your service.
Quickly now!
I stake my honor on this battle. Be gone from my sight. I wield this lance for your decree made manifest.
This shield shall never break. I march on. I shall be your shield. At once.
Fly true the banner of the liberation.
What shall I do?
For the people of Fevrith. I shall see it done.
My wings may fail. I depart.
I wield this lance for the people of Cornea. I shall see it done.
I suggest we think ahead.
Until my dying breath. I advance.
Our hopes are slim indeed. I'll not quit yet. Sir.
I stake my honor on this battle.
I can't wait.
The pride of House Meillet.
I wield this lance for the people of your decree until my dying breath. I wield this lance for the people of Cornea.
Face your demise!
Let's see just how strong I can get.
Your orders? A brisk flight.
No mercy!
For the people of Fevrith! 'Tis my undying spirit which drives me forth. By your royal
Barely
word.
any effort.
I stand ready.
I see you don't value your life. Know your standing. I shall see it done. I advance.
To protect those who can't
A
protect
vital
themselves.
foothold.
Where should I go next?
Here, is it?
Until my dying breath. By your royal
My
word.
defenses fail me. At once.
Your will shall be done. By your word.
What would you ask of me next?
Me a scratch. I take to the skies.
At your service, sir. I'll be taking that. I stand ready. At once. Nowhere is too far.
We stand at our destination.
At your service. I stand ready. Understood. I'm here. Nowhere is too far.
I stand ready. You'll not be disappointed.
At your service.
I rise to any challenge.
I wield this lance for the people of Cornea.
My atonement beckons by a knight's honor. Begin the march.
Until my dying breath.
For Drakenhold. Whatever you need. We mobilize at once. I shall never yield. Don't resent me for this. What is our strategy? Begin the march. Yes, by a knight's honor. What is our strategy? We mobilize at once.
I shall see it done. Your decree made manifest.
I'll not quit yet. Advancing.
'Tis ours. Witness the might of an angel. I depart.
Nowhere is too far. Sir,
Allow me.
How shall I proceed? Until my dying breath.
As you requested. Whatever you need.
I stake my honor on this battle.
A little closer to my former strength.
I rise to any challenge.
As you ordered.
By a knight's honor.
I stand ready.
Your
We can
faith
do
shall
this.
not be
I swear
misplaced.
at your service. Understood.
I stand ready. Your will shall be done.
I wield this lance for the people of Corny by your royal
What is
word.
our strategy? I'm off. By a knight's honor. Whatever you need. What is our strategy?
Your orders?
I must stand firm.
This rose bears thorns. Have you need of me?
Setting off.
I see you don't value your life. I seize this victory as my own, until my dying breath. Your decree made manifest.
Witness the might of an angel.
I rise to any challenge.
General Berengaria!
What is it?
The rebels have breached our front line, ma'am. They march on the castle as we speak.
Good. I would have been disappointed if they came all this way only to die at the gates. Yes, they'll prove a fine enough opponent. Ready the troops. I shall take the field myself.
Allow me. I rise to any challenge. It shall be done.
I stand ready.
You'll not be disappointed.
Nowhere is too far. At once.
I stand ready. I take to the skies.
Best be careful.
Retreating for now.
What would you ask of me next?
Where should I go next?
I shall see it done. Until my dying breath. I shall see it done. Until my dying breath. I advance. I shall see it done.
You're nothing. I stand ready. At your service. Nowhere is too far. Understood.
For the people of Fevrith. Know your standing. Until my dying breath. I shall see it done.
Your orders?
I stake my honor on this battle.
Nothing stopping me now.
Impressed, Elaine?
I seize this victory as my own.
By a knight's honor. Begin the march.
Allow me.
I'll not quit yet.
Allow me.
I see you don't value your life. A minor inconvenience.
I rise to any challenge. Very well.
I shall overcome any odds. I advance.
Standing by.
How shall I serve you?
Face me and be cut down. Higher still. I stand ready. Nowhere is too far. The fight continues. I stand ready. Sir. You're nothing. At your service. At once.
I have reached my destination. I am within their range. A minor inconvenience. By your royal
What is our
word.
strategy? I'm off. As you requested.
I stand ready. Sir.
Blasphemous fool!
No mercy!
May the Father smile upon me.
I have to catch my breath. Nowhere is too far.
How shall
At
I
your
proceed?
service. I stand ready. You're nothing.
You see that, Magellan?
It seems you've misjudged me. Nowhere is too far. Understood.
I'll not go easy on you.
I stand ready. Nowhere is too far.
Allow me.
I mustn't be beaten.
Whatever you need. Begin the march.
At your service.
How shall I serve you?
Not good.
I shall overcome any odds your decree made manifest. I stake my honor on this battle. Everything in service of my people. A minor inconvenience. I shall overcome any odds.
By a knight's honor. I'm off.
As you command. At once.
Your will shall be done. Proceeding apace.
Nowhere is too far. At once. At your service. Victory awaits!
Blasphemous fool! You'll not be disappointed. Witness the might of an angel.
The fruits of this kindness shall come to bear.
Death summons you. Whatever you need. I shall never yield. By a knight's honor. We mobilize at once. For Drakenhold. We mustn't stop here. What is our strategy? I'm off.
A minor inconvenience, by your royal word.
Whatever you need. We mobilize at once.
I rise to your orders.
I'll not go easy on you.
Fly through the banner of the liberation.
Any who bar my path must perish.
Have I always held such potential?
We may need this. Allow me.
I stand ready.
I rise to any challenge. It shall be done.
By a knight's honor. What is our strategy?
A debt I swear to repay.
By a knight's honor. I'm off.
I'll not go easy on you.
I'll take it off your hands.
I shall never yield.
For the people of Fevrith. Know your standing. I shall overcome any odds.
Whatever you need.
I mustn't be beaten. I advance.
What is our strategy? We mobilize at once.
What would you ask of me
Whatever you
next?
need.
I'm deeply obliged.
What is our strategy? By a knight's honor. Begin the march. Death summons you.
I think I've gotten a little better.
I mustn't grow
Nothing's stopping me now.
Whatever you need. I'm off. What is our strategy? We mobilize at once.
Your orders? Very well.
This rose bears thorns.
I stand ready.
I stake my honor on this battle. I seize this victory as my own. Until my dying breath. I've done all I can. Another step on the long... I shall see it done.
By a knight's honor. I'm off.
Blasphemous fool!
I shall not disappoint. What would you ask of me?
Returning for now.
They hold the upper hand. Have you need of me? Retreating for now.
My atonement beckons, whatever you need. By a knight's honor. Returning for now.
This rose bears thorn. I suggest we reform our ranks. Retreating for now.
I wield this lance for the... I've done all I can.
I rise to any challenge.
Another step on the... I shall see it done. Until my dying breath. I shall see it done. I've done all I can.
At your service. Heading
Our
to ground.
spirits are high.
To the skies! Nowhere is too far.
Falling back then.
I stand ready. Nowhere is too far.
Another step on the long road to absolution.
Order must be preserved.
This rose bears thorns.
Until my dying breath.
Witness the might of an angel.
I wield this lance for the people of Cornea.
My atonement beckons. What is our strategy? We mobilize at once. Returning for now.
Any who bar my path must perish. An offering to the heavens.
I shall see it done.
face me and be cut down!
I see you don't value your life. Be gone from my sight!
I stand ready.
I wield this lance for the people of Cornea. I shall see it done. I wield this lance for the people of Cornea. I shall see it done.
Your orders?
Perhaps our reserves could help.
Blasphemous fool! Greater strength.
I'll need to study this further.
Witness the might of an angel. Your will. I stand ready.
No mercy! At your service. I'm healed.
You'll not be disappointed. I'll not go easy on you. Witness the might of an angel.
I wield this lance for the people of Cornea until my dying breath. I stake my honor on this battle. I seize this victory as my own.
Nowhere is too far.
I rise to any challenge.
I shall see it done. By your royal word. Until my dying breath. I advance. I have reached my destination.
Only willpower can save me now.
Time is with us, should we only keep our focus.
Dead and buried. I stand ready. Sir. You're nothing.
I can't fail my sacred mission.
At your service. Understood.
My wings may fail, but my spirit I depart.
I wield this lance for the people of Cornea.
I shall be your shield.
I suggest we think ahead.
Me a scratch. My eternal gratitude.
You choose poorly.
I shall never fall.
Mourn your sins. Allow me.
As you command. Advancing. Whatever you require.
Let us plan our next move. Victory shall be swift.
I shall
mourn your sins.
Our hopes are...
I must survive.
It seems my fortune has run its course. Forgive me.
I suggest we think ahead. By your word. Allow me. We march.
I've arrived.
No mercy. My body aches at once.
I see you don't value your life. Be gone from my sight.
You're nothing. Victory is ours. I fear I'm fading. Understood.
We stand at our
In
destination.
the name of the liberation.
I'd not suggest sending me to battle. A mere scratch. Withdrawing for the moment.
Your orders? Allow me. I rise to any Falling back then.
What would you ask of me? Retreating for now.
Order must be preserved. Allow me. I rise to any challenge.
This rose bears thorns.
Judgment shall strike them.
I stake my honor on this battle.
Wait till I tell Liza about this!
I see you don't value your life. Know your standing. Until my dying breath. By your royal word. I wield this lance for the people of Cornea.
Have you need of me? Retreating for now. This rose bears thorn. I shall not disappoint. By your command.
If you want me, then have me. Your orders? It shall be done.
I have arrived.
Come then! Reason rules the day.
In service of the royal, I'll not fail you. What would you ask? By your word.
I rise to any challenge. Very well.
For the people of Fevrith. Be gone from my sight. I shall see it done. I advance.
I stand ready.
Your orders?
I'd not suggest sending me to battle.
I'll not fail you. Very well. What would you ask? By your word. I depart for now.
Falling back then.
Until my dying breath. Your decree made manifest.
Have you need of me?
The fruits of this kindness shall
I
come
shall
to
not
bear.
disappoint. Have you need of me? Retreating for now.
Order must be preserved. Allow me.
A perilous foe bars my way. I shall overcome any odds. I mustn't be beaten. A minor inconvenience.
Face your demise! Your orders? It shall be done.
Not even worth bragging over.
Come then!
Diligence pays dividends.
Allow me. A brisk flight.
I shall overcome any odds. By your royal word. I see you don't value your life. I seize this victory as my own. A minor inconvenience. I advance.
I rise to any challenge. It shall be done.
Me a scratch.
A vital foothold.
I believe I've arrived.
Our time grows short.
Your orders? Falling back then. Order must be preserved. I rise to any challenge.
Nowhere is too far.
I shall overcome any odds.
Your will shall be done. Allow me.
If you want me, then have me!
No mercy.
Let me help you.
It seems you've misjudged me. At your service. I stand ready. Sir.
You'll not be disappointed.
This rose bears thorn. What would you ask of me? Have you need of me? It shall be done. Retreating for now.
In service of the Lord, I'll not fail you.
Come then! To the next! Your orders? I rise to any challenge. Falling back then.
Awaiting your command, I depart for now.
I suggest we think ahead. Proceeding apace.
I stand ready. Witness the might of an angel.
Withdrawing for the moment. Order must be preserved. Your orders? Allow me. Falling back then.
Nowhere is too far.
I wield this lance for the people of Cornea. Until my dying breath.
At your service.
Order must be preserved. Your orders? Allow me. I rise to any challenge. Falling back then.
I wield this lance for the people of Cornea. Until my dying breath.
I'm here.
I shall see it done.
Nowhere is too far.
I wield this lance for the people of Cornea. Until my dying breath.
Judgment shall strike. I stand ready.
I wield this lance for the people of Cornea.
At your service.
Until my dying breath. I wield this lance. I've done all I can.
Order must be preserved. Your orders? Allow me. Falling back then. Order must be preserved. Your orders? Very well.
I stand ready. I
Wish
can do
you
this
missed
at your
now,
service.
I swear it.
I rise to any challenge.
Witness the might of an angel.
I stand ready. Understood.
Your orders? It shall be done.
I stand ready. I take to the
What
skies.
shall I do?
Face me and be cut down.
I gotcha.
I'll enjoy watching you struggle as I choke the life from your rebel necks. And you must be their leader, hmm? You'd best make this worth my time.
It seems their magic has taken hold of her.
At least try.
Gotta get moving. Onward! Remember to rest. I'll help.
Not finished yet. Better heal up. You're mine!
Like new. Just relax. I did it!
Any who bar my path must...
Let me help you.
Let's have some fun. Lay down!
Faster than the wind.
So hurt!
Can you match me?
I shall ease your pain.
We've nothing to fear.
The fruits of diligence. Could you perhaps praise me a bit?
May the Father watch over us.
Ren! Use the ring, Elaine! I'm sorry, Ren. This is all my fault.
If anyone should be apologizing, it's me. All I ever wanted was to keep you safe.
Pardon the interruption.
Prince Gilbert.
There can be no mistaking it. You are none other than the daughter of House Zexhelm.
I am. And after my family's role in the uprising, I have no right to stand before you.
There is no need to unearth what time has long buried. Though it does make this all the more difficult to comprehend. Why have you chosen to side with Zenoira?
To get my hands on this armor here. A lost relic of their ancient empire. I needed strength to take revenge for what they did to our family. And claiming their colors was the only way to get it.
All of this was for Father, then?
Yep. But I knew you'd get roped in too if you learned the truth. So I lied, said all those awful things to get you to leave. I wanted to keep you as far from battle as I could.
Ren.
We've already lost so much, Travis. Our father, our mother. I wasn't about to lose you too.
Then the answer is already at your fingertips. 'Tis a bitter drink, being forsaken by an elder sibling. I'm glad to see you reunited. Now, I have matters of my own to attend to.
I'll never abandon you again, Travis. I swear it.
I'm gonna hold you to that, you know?
I wouldn't have it any other way. We fight shoulder to shoulder from now on. And Travis, I'm sorry.
I forgive you. Ludwig, you're alive. Why did you not return to us sooner?
The battle I waged with Zenoira cost us our father, and my entire army besides. There would be no celebration to welcome home one who has failed Drakenholt so dearly.
You're not to blame for his death, Ludwig. Zenoira is, and you're well aware of it.
If you speak of their magics, I've already heard of the matter from Virginia. Gloucester was affected as well. But there's little use asserting such claims now. Father has passed, and so too has the moment to rewrite my narrative.
Tell me then, why have you returned?
Because Elaine asked me to meet with you. Quite insistently, I might add. That you may claim the throne free of any lingering doubts or objections. I'm proud of you, Gilbert. And so is Father, I'm sure.
Yet he would rightly assert you deserve the crown, not I, as is your station as the eldest son.
You're wrong. I cast aside my name, my very kingdom, out of shame for what I've done. A man like me does not deserve to lead. Not only that, but the unexpected return of a cowardly king would only sow chaos amongst our vassals.
Even still, I know in my heart you would be a more capable ruler than I.
You think too highly of me, and remain blind to your own worth all the while.
Ludwig, wait.
Our people have rallied around you not because they feel you need the support, but because they believe in you to lead them true. The King Drakenholt yearns for is you, Gilbert.
Where will you go?
I plan to rejoin the Liberation, to fight alongside them as hired steel, and to one day see Galerius given the demise he has earned.
In that case, I will accompany you.
No. You must stay here and restore the lost glory to our land.
Apologies, but I am the king of this nation. I have no interest in taking orders from mere sellswords.
You've always been impossible, you know. But I admit, you wear Father's mantle well.
Together with Prince Gilbert, we have successfully laid claim to his throne at Castle Soldraga. Zenoira must surely be reeling from such a staggering blow to their stomach. Now, this is the state of Fevrith at present.
Where to next, then?
What do you think about Elheim? Seems only right after that weird vision you had when we were saving Scarlet.
If you hope to reach the realm of the elves, we will first need to navigate our way through the Winding Wood. Let us make for its edge, in the southwest of Cornea.
You won't find finer weapons in all of Drakenhold. Much obliged. Much obliged.
Twould be my honor.
You won't find finer weapons in all of Drakenhold. Much obliged.
If you say so.
Order must be preserved. Allow me. Very well.
You've made the right call. What is it? Watch what royalty can do.
To the skies! Nowhere is too far. At once.
You don't stand a chance. That's what you get. I won't disappoint. You dare challenge me? As expected of Cornian royalty. What is it? Their eyes are on me.
Quite the challenge. strong.
Kneel before me. Is anyone surprised? I can't show weakness. Is that all? You dare challenge me? That's what you get. I need some healing. I'm off.
I'm in their firing range.
The enemy has spotted me. Face your demise. Reason rules the day. Seems I'm in for a struggle. It shall be done.
My body aches. Understood.
Don't be too surprised.
There is time yet to claim victory.
No mercy.
I won't go down without a fight.
If you want me, then have me! Face your demise! My wyvern and I soar as one. A brisk flight. A fool's gambit. I can fly.
You've made the right call. Watch what royalty can do. What is it? I won't disappoint.
Order must be preserved. Your orders? It shall be done.
Watch what royalty can do. I won't disappoint.
To the skies! I stand ready. At once. Nowhere is too far. Sir.
Kneel before me. Is anyone surprised?
You don't stand a chance. Let's see just how strong I can get.
Face me and be cut down!
Another step forth.
At your service. Understood. I'll take it off your hands. Nowhere is too far.
Quickly now! Allow me. If you want me, then have me! It was never in doubt. Must remain calm. A brisk flight.
You dare challenge me? That's what you get. What is it?
I stand ready. Sir, best be careful. Nowhere is too far. Victory awaits! At your service. Understood.
Time is with us, should we only keep our focus.
Sir.
Kneel before me. A paltry effort. Watch what royalty can do.
Barely any effort.
No mercy!
May the Father smile upon me.
In His Highness's honor. I stand ready. At once. In the name of the liberation. Nowhere is too far. I stand ready. At your service. Sir.
Time is no friend to us now.
You're nothing. I can do this. With ya all the way. The win is ours.
Remember to rest. Like new. Is that better? Take it easy.
My training's paid off. I stand ready. At once. No mercy. Gotta get moving. I did it! Got more where that came from. My griffin needs a rest.
You won't find finer weapons in all of Drakenhold. Much obliged. Much obliged.
So, all that talk about the man ruling the stronghold by strength alone, and he's too weak to even keep his post.
Not so loud, will you?
It doesn't matter what I say. Everyone's talking about it. The great general's getting hauled back to Zenoira. Came out of nowhere, though, I'll give you that. You've even got us packing up his stuff.
Suspected treason, wasn't it?
Old Featherhead's made more enemies in this life than he can even keep track of. You want my bet? I'd say one of his own had a bone to pick with the guy and started making him out as a traitor.
To your post, now!
Of course, General. Forgive me. It's just your aide ordered us to help organize your luggage, so...
And for what? I'm not going anywhere.
Of course you aren't, sir. 1,000 pardons.
Try to paint me a turncoat, will they? It's as preposterous as it is maddening. Still, I can't ignore the Emperor's orders forever. And if I'm fated to have an audience with him, I wouldn't dare arrive empty-handed.
Multiple enemy strongholds and a grim array of stationed weaponry. A fitting defense for a key strategic position. And there's one more thing, Princess.
Go on then, out with it.
The general charged with holding the bastion is Geith, Knight of the Feathered Crest.
A name I hoped to never hear again. He was among the first lords of Cornea to defect when Valmor showed his true colors, Your Highness. He is a man of immense ambition, willing to cross any bridge, speak any word, or slay any foe in order to get what he wants.
What's more, there are rumors in the fortress that he's to be sent back to Zenoira before long.
Then perhaps we merely must wait until such events come to pass.
Hey, I recognize that name. The Knights of the Rose died by his hand.
Run! Princess, please! I beg you, my lady, be rid of this place and never return!
Fools! Throwing yourselves before my blade one after the next. Also one weak little pup can escape. Fine then. It matters not how many of you wenches I have to cut down. 1 or 100. I will see it done all the same. The girl's head will make a fine gift for our new emperor.
You must live on, Princess. At any cost!
You won't find finer weapons in all of Drakenhold. Much obliged.
Your coins.
Got a keen eye on ya. My wares won't disappoint. You got a deal. Your